And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to our regular council meeting, and we'll call this meeting to order. And I would ask that if you're able to please stand for our national anthem. Thank you very much, and please be seated. And our second council meeting in a row where we've been fortunate enough to have a choir with us, so thank you. We'll now look to Councillor DeLeo for our land acknowledgement. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabeg people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. May-wish.
Thank you, Councillor Miigwech. And item number 1.3 on our agenda today is a certificate of recognition for the Faith Missionary Church volunteers. And I'm going to look to our Deputy Chief, Dan Bell, to speak to this. Dan?
Thank you, Worship. Good morning, Mayor and Council. It doesn't feel like it today, but extreme cold weather continues to pose significant risks to community health and safety. In alignment with the Municipal Emergency Warming and Cooling Center policy, the town has supported both daytime and overnight warming options through a combination of municipal facilities and community partnerships. Chief Williams would have loved to have been here today to make this presentation himself. However, he is on a well-deserved vacation down in the U.S. In late 2024, Fire Chief Williams put out the call for assistance with setting up a much-needed warming center for some of the vulnerable in our community. He was very pleased to be immediately contacted by Graham Gessler, who offered the amazing space at the Faith Missionary Church on River Road West. In partnership with the town, with the church, and the County of Simcoe, Chief Williams was able to develop the warming center into a well-oiled machine that we had this past winter. I am pleased to bring some of the important volunteers from the church before council today to be recognized for their outstanding work in supporting the warming center last season. They are Brian and Claudia Weatherall, Sylvia DeRoche, Deb Hayward, Dorothy Howell, Graham Gessler, Bruce and Roseanne Grigg, Bevan Keith Dom, Lillian Cunham, Edna Langman, Mary, John, Luke, and Juliet Koba, Cecile Hoffman, and Kathy Berry. Your Worship, with your permission, after your comments, I would like to invite the group up to the front for a picture with yourself and council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief, and absolutely be delighted to do that and present them with a plaque. So thank you very much, Deputy Chief Bell, and on behalf of Council in the town of Wasaga Beach, I'd like to take a moment to recognize and thank these very special volunteers from the Faith Missionary Church for their outstanding work and service this past winter. Through their leadership and commitment, the Overnight Warming Center operated 7 days a week from November through April, providing a safe and welcoming space for those in need during some of the coldest months of the year. This program supported nearly 700 visits. Local residents stayed warm, safe, and more importantly, connected to the supports within their community. What stands out most is not just the numbers, but the compassion behind the work that these folks have. These volunteers provided meals, created a respectful and supportive environment, and more importantly, again, a meaningful connection with those that they served. This initiative is a strong example of what can be achieved through partnership with the town, the County of Simcoe, and the Faith Missionary Church working together to support communities' health and safety. So to Pastor Graham and all of the volunteers at the Wasaga Faith Missionary Church, and the leaders, I would say, of the Faith Missionary Church, thank you. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your kindness. And thank you for your willingness to step forward and make a difference for those who need it most in our community. Your efforts have made an impact that we are truly, truly grateful for. We can't tell you enough how much we appreciate this, and I'm sure you heard it all winter long, how much the people you served appreciated exactly what it was that you were doing to help them. So let's gather up here together, if we may, and get a photo and celebrate this amazing team. Ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of members of this amazing group wanted to say a few words, so we're just going to turn the floor over to them to do so. The floor is yours, folks.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council, and neighbors. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you today. We at Faith Evangelical Missionary Church come before you with hearts full of gratitude for our community. Specifically, we want to extend a sincere thank you to the County of Simcoe, the town of Wasaga Beach, and to our dedicated Fire Chief, Craig Williams. Without your collaborative leadership and the help of church and community volunteers, the Warming Center at Faith Church would not have been possible.
When we look at the challenges facing the homeless in our society, we are reminded of the profound teachings of Jesus Christ regarding generosity. From his perspective, giving to those without shelter is not a minor civic duty. It is a fundamental expression of unconditional love. Jesus famously taught that whatever we do for the most vulnerable among us, the hungry, the stranger, and the unhoused, we do directly unto him. He showed us that the true greatness of a community is measured by how it protects its most fragile residents, and in this case, those without shelter, food, warmth, and a place to sleep in the bitter cold of winter.
From Christ's perspective, the blessing of this generosity flows both ways. When we open our hearts to the homeless, our community is blessed with safety, deep social connection, and a shared sense of human dignity. We replace the freezing isolation of the streets with the warmth of human belonging.
Today, we give special recognition to Fire Chief Craig Williams, Simcoe County and Town Council, who stepped up with vital funding and tangible support by providing staff, sleeping cots, essential supplies, washing and drying machines, and bus tickets to ensure people could safely reach the shelter. Furthermore, by making the showering facilities at the Wasaga Stars Arena available to the homeless, you restored a sense of comfort to those who face many challenges and have lost so much.
Your support, along with the meals prepared and companionship shared by Faith Church and community volunteers, truly shows compassion in action. We at Faith Church pray that our community will continue to be blessed with the Warming Center, and thank you again for your support. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, folks. And Pastor Graham, to you and the whole team again, thank you, and God bless you as well. Thank you. All right, we'll now move on to item number 1.4 in the agenda. Is a staff introduction this morning of Mr. John Koba, Manager of Environmental Services, and I'm going to look to our General Manager, Kevin Lalonde, for some comments with respect to John. Kevin?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If I could maybe ask John to come sit in the hot seat here, I'll put him front and center. And Your Worship, it's my members of council, it is my pleasure to introduce John Koba as the town's new manager of environmental services. John's been with us since probably the mid to end of May and brings more than 13 years of progressive experience in environmental protection and regulatory compliance, coming to us from our friends at the Ontario Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the MECP. Most recently working through the Spills Action Centre. John has, throughout his career, he's worked closely with municipalities, operating authorities, emergency responders, and the public to coordinate responses to environmental incidents and helping to protect the public health and the environment. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering Environmental Studies in Environmental Science from New York University. He has extensive training in drinking water and wastewater systems, regulatory compliance, environmental response, and operational risk management. John is a proud resident of Wasaga Beach, actively involved in the community and volunteering, and you may have seen John and his family at the end of that line here today, not only with the Ministerial Food Bank, the Wasaga Warming Center, but also local youth sports teams, baseball and hockey. So please join me in welcoming John. He's been here for a short period of time, but he's made a positive impact in our department and throughout the corporation in such a short period of time, and we do welcome him aboard, and we're great to have him with us. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin, and what an impressive background, and that clearly fits very well with the municipality and the direction that we're heading with Beach Area 1 and 2 and so many other things. And great that you're a resident here, obviously, and that you're so heavily involved in the community, not just in your everyday job. So welcome, John, and I'll turn the floor to you if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Kevin. I just wanted to say I'm very excited to be here, to have the opportunity to work for our town and to work with all of you. And I really look forward to continuing to strengthen and advance our drinking water, wastewater, and environmental programs. And I'll see you at the beach.
Thanks very much, John. All right, item number 2 on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this point in time. If at some point throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. Item number 3 is adoption of the agenda with a recommended motion that the contents of the agenda for July 16, 2026 be approved as circulated. Any questions or comments on the agenda? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder, please, for this? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. No, ma'am, I'm sorry. No, ma'am, sorry. You have to have a delegation to speak, and you...
I'm public, I'm private, you represent us, right? So I'm just asking one question.
No, ma'am, ma'am, you are welcome to ask a question if you have approached the clerk and you have set up a time to delegate. No, ma'am. Let me be very clear. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to please stop or leave.
You're representing a bylaw here that represents a bill of exchange that's costing us money here.
Ma'am,
This is our money that you're representing.
ma'am, are you going to stop?
I am going to stop if you answer me one question.
No, ma'am.
The council representing this meeting.
The council representing this meeting is the 7 members before you. I have now answered your question. I have now answered your question. Ma'am, if you don't, ma'am, ma'am, you will approach the chair, please, of this meeting, which is me, no one else. And I'm here to tell you, I am here to tell you.
We are the public holder of credits.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to recess this meeting until this lady can either be removed or decide to keep quiet.
Yes,
So
thank
we
you.
will
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. We'll call this meeting back to order. Just for those of the folks who aren't here today who are watching on YouTube, we had a disruption here that we had to deal with, and so we took a 15-minute recess, and we're now back to continue on with our meeting. Item number 4 on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. The recommended motion that the minutes of the council meeting held June 25th, 2026 be adopted as circulated. Any questions or comments on those minutes? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And on to item number 4.2 is the special council meeting, Geosands Inc., the annual general meeting minutes of June 25th, with the recommended motion that the minutes of the special council meeting for Geosands Inc.'s annual general meeting held June 25th, 2026 be adopted as circulated. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 5 is presentations, and we do have a presentation with respect to the Wasaga Beach Target Sector Profiles. Presentation with respect to Wasaga Beach Target Sector Profiles, and I'm going to now pass the floor over to Kevin McPhillips, who is here today. I believe he's online with us. There he is. Good morning, Kevin, and Kevin is from McSweeney and Associates. Kevin, the floor is yours, and welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you all for having me. I'm going to try to share my screen. Usually it goes well, but bear with me here, folks. I'm hoping you can all see the front slide on my screen. I think I can see it there on yours.
We can.
Perfect. So thank you so much for having me today. And I want to say before we get going, thank you also to Caitlin and Anna. They've been great to work with on this project. We really appreciate their willingness to give feedback and everything else. We really stress in these when we work with a client, like, we can make this great, or at least we think it looks great on our end, and that we really like it at McSweeney, but it really takes the staff at the town to make sure it's profiles that work for the town, and they did a great job collaborating with us, making sure to connect with other departments where relevant, so thank you both to them. We do have a quick presentation. Not going to take too much of your time. I know there's a lot going on today, but I'll open the floor to any questions at the end if there are specific pieces about the profiles that you're looking to dive into. In terms of what we're going to be talking about, we're going to talk about who we are, why we're here, why we did these sector profiles, what sectors were chosen, and just walk you through at a really high level what's in the specific profiles. So first, who we are. I'm Kevin. I'm part of the 4-person McSweeney team. I'm here because I'm sort of the data nerd on the team, and there was some significant data in the project. And then Erica is the other one that was fundamental to this project in terms of designing it, making sure it looks really nice and reflects what's in Wasaga Beach. And we're led by Ian and Nancy as well. In terms of why we're here, obviously we worked with Wasaga Beach staff to complete these 6 target sector profiles, as well as do an update of a previous socioeconomic profile of Wasaga Beach to give a really clear quantitative understanding of what's going on in the community. In terms of why sector profiles made sense for Wasaga Beach, it allows for a more diversified approach to economic development. There's obviously a lot of really great stuff going on in Wasaga Beach, some really unique opportunities. There's been some really successful growth, but there's also opportunity to keep that going and pursue sectors that may not be front of mind all the time. And so these allow for that quantitative understanding of potential growth sectors, both locally and then at a larger macro level. It also allows for clear messaging. So when you're talking to potential businesses or businesses that already exist in the community, having a clear understanding of what's going on, what the data may look like, and what some of those trends are that affect the sector really allows Wasaga Beach to put its best foot forward, and that's the idea with these sector profiles. In terms of what sectors were chosen, health and wellness, information, culture and film, professional services, retail, small-scale manufacturing, and tourism. And these were done through a mix of data analysis, so currently existing data, as well as discussions with staff, and then some of those broader trends that we're aware affect some industries and may make some industries more of an opportunity than it may seem at first glance. And why we don't just do this as just a data approach is data is great at showing what's there right now, and it's great at showing what used to be there in the past, but it really doesn't look forward in a productive way for a community. Looking forward relies on a lot more knowledge about the current state of Wasaga Beach and opportunities than just data can show you. And so it's really important to build in that conversation with staff in order to build out those 6 sectors. In terms of what's actually in each profile, we started with an introduction, talking about welcome to Wasaga Beach, so anybody who opens it up can quickly understand not just Wasaga Beach, but Wasaga Beach in relation to the sector, as well as defining the sector, starting to understand a little bit about what exactly we're talking about when we say something like professional services. We also had a number of data pieces in there, and there's always a balance with these. As I said, I'm the sort of numbers nerd on the team, so you can get really in depth into some of the numbers, but it often causes folks' eyes to glaze over. And when we did these profiles, we really wanted to make sure that they were approachable in a meaningful way while still providing data that helps define the sector in Wasaga Beach. We also looked at some macro trends, so things that affect the industry, not just in Wasaga Beach, but across the nation and potentially across North America or the world, depending on what the sector was, and then draw that back to Wasaga Beach. So it's important to have that national lens, but it's also important to make sure that that lens and that those macro trends are relevant to what's going on in Wasaga Beach. And then finally, within each profile, we really pushed the connect aspect of it. So when you're reading these profiles, if you're a prospective business or an existing business and you're interested in understanding more or what's going on in Wasaga Beach or whatever else, we really wanted to push, reach out, connect with Wasaga Beach, connect with staff. It's really important to do that. And it's important to have a name to go off of. We always stress with communities, like info at is great, but when you're a prospective business, you want a person that you can reach out to. And so we really stress that in these profiles to make sure there was a human connection there. With that, as I said, we really wanted to just provide a high-level understanding of the profiles and our decision-making, but we're happy to address any questions, answer any pieces about why we chose what we chose or anything like that. So I'll just sort of open the floor. I can stop sharing if you'd like, or I can leave that up. I'll leave that to you folks.
I'll just ask you to leave it up there in case there's any questions with respects to one of your slides. And before I turn it over to council, I will look to Caitlin Mosma. Caitlin, anything to add?
Excuse me, through you, your worship. Yeah, absolutely. So for me in the Economic Development Office, I'm really excited to see these target sector profiles completed. It's one of the last things we actually had as our like an action item in our economic development strategy that actually comes from 2020. So in that strategy, we did identify these target sector profiles, but what this project did, it expanded on those target sectors and gave us more data and information in an attractive document that we can now share with businesses and investors that are interested in coming to our community. So it just packages all that information beautifully for them. But these documents are going to be really handy to have on our website, send just emailing out to those contacts that email me for the information, trade shows, marketing campaigns, and again, when responding to specific development inquiries. So we're really excited to see this complete, and there's lots of work still ahead, but it's a good tool that we'll use going forward.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. And I'll open the floor to members of council. Any questions or comments? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm very happy to see this report come forward. I do have a question. In the 2024 Tourism Business Counts information about staff members, why are there so many indeterminate ones reported? What causes that? Are the businesses not open and sharing that information?
Through your worship, since we have Kevin on the call, I think he would be a great resource to answer that question for Councillor Timms.
Perfect. I'm not gonna lie, I was surprised when you jumped in, because that the data sets there are things we work in all the time. So indeterminate is essentially saying it's a sole proprietor, and the data that we get on sole proprietorships is a bit awkward. We typically avoid, and you'll see in the analysis that we talk mostly about medium and large businesses or business counts with employees, because often with sole proprietorships, it will be individuals who are starting up smaller businesses for a summer, testing the waters, seeing what's available. It's not necessarily established business that's chosen to operate without employees. And so that number can fluctuate a little bit. The other piece with tourism is the way it lines up with industry codes. So I should back up. So when we define something like business counts, we use what's called the North American Industry Classification System. It takes all businesses and provides it with a number that matches a specific industry, like manufacturing. Tourism isn't a specifically designated industry in that code system. It brings in a whole bunch of other industries. And so it can be really tough to define in that classification system. So what you often get are some niche industries, something like Uber, where there's going to be a service portion of that where they're supporting locals. And it may not, I mean, in Wasaga Beach, it's tourism focused, but in a lot of communities, that's not necessarily a tourism focus, but it has a tourism component to it. And so what you'll often see are these sort of tourism adjacent industries where individuals will operate as sole proprietors and will be captured in the data as indeterminate businesses, but don't necessarily best align with our typical traditional definition of tourism. So when we're looking at business counts, it's really valuable to focus on the employee counts more than the indeterminate. I wish I had a better answer for you. That's just the way the business directory data is available in this country. And we don't have more accurate data, just to balance privacy and things like that from a business standpoint. But that's where we see a challenge where it comes to analyzing the data.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, to Kevin and Caitlin. I always say that economic development and tourism are married, but not exclusive, so I understand that. Thank you very much for your answer.
I'm going to steal that. I love that line.
All right, thank you. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I often hear that, another major criteria of attracting business is, of course, population. And the number I've often heard is that once you hit 30,000, which we're approaching quickly, you have a lot of businesses that start to seriously look at your market. Like there's typically a lot of businesses, not necessarily divided by the sectors that you've indicated, but that reside almost in every community, but they don't reside in Wasaga Beach, such as, Bell and Telus and Rogers and all of these kind of companies that also obviously offer employment, and they take significant financial benefit out of our market. That has a lot of spin-off issues, because a lot of these companies, they help sponsor events and they contribute in many ways to the community. And so I just wanted your expertise as to, are we at a point where we can really actively recruit some of these businesses that are really mainstays in every community but don't reside in Wasaga Beach?
Kevin, you want to take a run at that?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I'm trying to figure out how to answer it without going into like a what is economic development monologue. So I apologize. This may be a little bit all over the place. I haven't heard the 30,000 population figure. Where I think it's really interesting, we work with communities of all different sizes. We, at McSween & Associates, we are most often working with communities where the max out at about 150,000 folks. But just about no matter what size community you're talking about, there's always the discussion around a need for more labor. Whether it's 500 people or 50,000 or 150,000, every business has spoken about that need. I do think it's a salient point that as you increase population, you open yourself up to more and more opportunities. That being said, where I think I would take this answer is no matter what size your community is, we always stress when we're talking about a strategy, and obviously the sector profiles aren't a strategy, but when we're building out a strategy, it's about getting your community ready for that investment. Whether it's a Bell, whether it's a business that would only come if you have 50,000 people, or a business that would come if you have 10,000 people, economic development is about laying that groundwork so that a business is really interested in investing in your community. And to have Caitlin and her team knocking off the actions in the economic development strategy, including these sector profiles, it doesn't necessarily mean a business is going to come. You can have a fantastic piece of land, you can have it serviced and ready to go, and somebody's grandmother lives in the next community, so you lose out on that investment. There are an incredible amount of reasons why we've heard businesses choose not to come. You can't fix a lot of those things, but what you can do is you can make sure you've followed through on the actions, and you have documents like this that are ready so that if the investment has a chance of landing, you can put Wasaga Beach in the best position to land it. And so I think it's really important, whether it's these documents or any of the other ECDEV work, that as your population grows, as opportunities come up, your community is in the best position to support potential businesses that are coming, whether that's new opportunities like a Bell as things get larger, or just opportunities that fit your current community. But it's also really about having those things ready if a business is interested in expanding. We often see the largest percentage of growth in a community from employment is from small local businesses succeeding and enlarging and those sorts of things. And so having that ready, not just for new businesses, but also for existing businesses, and saying, here's how we can support you, is really important. And so I think this is part of a larger pattern that the ECDEV staff are really working on in Wasaga Beach and doing a great job at doing, of having the community really ready for any investment, whether it is Bell or whomever else. I hope that's answered your question. Feel free to poke a little bit deeper if I didn't, but that's my shot at it.
I think in a roundabout way you got there, Kevin.
Perfect.
But thank you. All right, Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship. Somewhat touched on some of the things, Kevin, and I'm going back to like small-scale manufacturing, which you mentioned in there for the size of our town. And I know we've always said we don't have any industry basically in this town. So couple of questions, and you mentioned what type, paint me a little picture of what type of manufacturing you would see here.
Sorry, I'm just kind of quickly taking a quick look because I know we did talk about this, but the profiles were a few months ago at this point. But really, it's that we see a few different styles of manufacturing really either emerging or strengthening in Ontario. There are some places where we're seeing very, very large-scale manufacturing, thinking like the Honda plant, a lot of auto manufacturing pieces along that Southern Ontario supply chain for that, which requires a significant population. It requires some infrastructure improvements that are just absolutely necessary for those large-scale manufacturers. And in talking to Caitlin and her team, that's really not where Wasaga Beach is at, nor is it functional to think that that's a coherent strategy to continually approach and go after. There are more what we call, craft manufacturers, pieces where businesses are doing some really unique things in communities, and it's really imperative that, again, that groundwork is laid where if somebody has an idea for a manufacturer, there is land available to them. It's not that you necessarily go out and say like, I want a new furniture manufacturer in Wasaga Beach. We need to go find somebody doing that and bring them here. It's what sort of things do those small craft manufacturers that can tap into the existing manufacturers, I hate to use the word ecosystem, but like ecosystem supply chain in the area, what do they need from the community to be ready? If they want to come in 6 months, how do we be ready for them? And that's where the available land or discussions around that is more relevant. To any other specifics on manufacturing, I wouldn't have an answer, Caitlin. I don't know if you have any further information you want to provide on that. But that's where we see it, where we separate out the really large 1,000-employee manufacturers from the 10 to 15 person manufacturers that have really carved out a niche in their sector, but do have specific needs from the town that they can leverage.
Thank you for that. And yes, I guess what I was looking at in my head is where we would, I don't know if in our planning as we're looking forward, like an area in town where small manufacturers would be. So that's a question, I guess, looking down the line, that we're aware of that if we're heading that way, that where would this be in a town? So thank you for all of it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Kevin, for the presentation. Thank you, Caitlin, to you and the team for all the hard work you've been doing on this over the years. It is good to finally see it come to council, and I will say to fruition, because as you say, you'll start to implement a lot of this, these policies and procedures and this work, and so good to finally have that completed. Thank you very much, Kevin. We do have a recommended motion that the presentation pertaining to Wasaga Beach target sector profiles to the council meeting of July 16, 2026 be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, moving on to item number 6 on the agenda is delegations. We do have a couple of delegations today, and the first one is from the Canadian Federation of University of Women, the CFUW, Aurelia, and this is with respect to intimate partner violence. And we do have Diane, forgive me, Portoris and Heather Lewis with us from the CFUW today to make a presentation. Good morning. You're 2 people today.
I'm just one person, yes. Heather is here, but she's just here as a backup in case something happened to me. So.
All right, well, welcome. Glad to have you here.
My name is Diane Portis. I understand there's a lot of vowels there, so it's a little hard to pronounce, but okay, that stays down. I can lift it? Okay. Oh, there, all right. Good morning, Mayor Smith and members of council. Thank you very much for asking us to make this presentation here today on the topic of intimate partner violence and why it needs to be declared an epidemic. I'm speaking on behalf of CFUW Aurelia in my role as president. CFUW Aurelia has over 120 members and is part of a larger national organization that has more than 6,700 members across the country, with Ontario members being almost 70% of that number. We are an organization that believes in education, advocacy, and equality. Some of our members are in the gallery today wearing purple, the color which worldwide represents courage, survival, and honors survivors and recognizes victims of intimate partner violence. Today we're asking Council to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic in the town of Wasaga Beach. 121 municipalities across Ontario have already taken this step. As you're probably aware, the County of Simcoe has also made the declaration, as well as many municipalities within the county, including Clearview, Bradford, West Gwillimbury, Ramera, Oro-Medonte, Severn, Tiny, and just last week, Adela, Tosserantio. As well, the City of Barrie, Midland, and Aurelia have also declared. The leadership of these municipalities is sparking a movement outside their jurisdictions. Ramera sent a communication about their declaration to all municipalities in Ontario, and in a letter of support, Douro O'Connor announced it was declaring intimate partner violence an epidemic. This is an important example of the power of your voices. A declaration does not require financial commitment from the town. Rather, it recognizes the seriousness of the issue, raises awareness, and supports the organizations working directly with victims and families. As it also amplifies the needs that should be detailed through each municipality's community safety and well-being plan. All of the delegations we've completed to date have been in partnership with Aurelia's Green Haven Shelter for Women, but we are also grateful for the support of all of these organizations. North Simcoe Victim Services, Biminogusagan Regional Aboriginal Women's Circle, Ontario Association of Interval Houses, and transition houses, the Lighthouse in Arroyo, Simcoe Area Women's Institute, CFUW Barrie, Women and Children's Shelter of Barrie, My Sister's Place, My Friend's House, and Huronia Transition Homes in Midland. Today we have with us, as well as some members of CFUW, Samantha Jones, who's the Executive Director of My Friend's House, and Robin Gonzalez, who's the Program Director there, both from Collingwood. December 6, 1989 remains one of the most tragic events in Canadian history. 14 women were murdered at Montreal's École Polytechnique simply because they were women. This event forced Canada to confront the reality of violence against women and led to the creation in 1991 of the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. While this tragedy occurred almost 10 years ago, or decades ago, pardon me, violence against women continues today, including in our own communities. Gender-based violence can take many forms, including intimate partner violence. It's important to look at these two terms. Gender-based violence refers to violence that is rooted in gender inequality and power imbalance. It includes many forms of abuse, including harassment, sexual violence, coercion, coercive control, and exploitation. One of the most common forms of gender-based violence is intimate partner violence. IPV can occur in both opposite sex and same-sex relationships. It is not gender neutral, but most victims are female and 91% of the perpetrators are men. A particularly dangerous form of intimate partner violence is coercive control, which involves patterns of intimidation and manipulation used to control a partner, including using threats to pets and children. Research consistently shows that coercive control is one of the strongest predicators of femicide. Let's just review some statistics, some startling statistics now. All of our statistics are fully supported by research, and a complete bibliography is at the end of, as the last slide of this presentation. The first fact, that 33% of Canadian women have been sexually assaulted equals 4.7 million women. And the numbers just go up. 44% have experienced IPV, higher again for Indigenous women, higher again for those who are gender diverse. For women who live in smaller communities, leaving an abusive relationship can be difficult. Isolation, limited transportation, lack of child care, and housing shortages all create barriers to safety. There's also the challenge that everyone knows one another that can make reporting abuse very difficult. The CKW inquest, in 2015, 3 women in Ontario's Renfrew County were murdered by a former partner. In 2022, the inquest that was held in their name, CKW being the last initials of the 3 ladies, was hailed by experts as a gift of solutions, producing 86 recommendations to improve responses to intimate partner violence. You may have also heard it called the Renfrew County Inquest. The first recommendation was that the government of Ontario should formally declare IPV an epidemic. Although the province has not yet taken that step, municipalities across Ontario have begun to act. In rejecting to call out IPV as an epidemic, the Ontario government says epidemic refers only to an infectious disease. I'll now share some statistics that the OPP and other victim agencies have provided to us. In the OPP 2024 report, for the year ended August 31st, 2024, they were showing an 18% increase in intimate partner violence compared to the previous year. I have not yet seen a 2025 report, so I'm unable to provide you with that number. I very much doubt it's got any better than that. The OPP has introduced the role of detachment abuse issues investigator who confirmed that IPV rates in our region exceed the provincial average. It's also estimated that 80% of those experiencing IPV do not report it to the police due to the belief that it is a private matter, feeling that it's not serious enough, fear of stigma or shame, and lack of trust in the justice system. North Simcoe Victim Services, which provides support to victims of crime and traumatic events through Oro Mirante, Severn, and Arroyo, are showing that From 2023 to 2025, they had a 64% increase in calls related to intimate partner violence. And as already stated, approximately 4 to 5 victims do not report, and meaning the true number is significantly higher. Simcoe Victim Services, which does provide support services to the rest of Simcoe County, states that IPV is consistently the highest number of calls they field each year. In Simcoe County itself, as noted on the slide, these statistics are combined for violence against women agencies in the county of Simcoe. I have added a column for my friend's house, which serves Collingwood and surrounding area. I would draw your attention to the fact that the first number of calls in Simcoe County was 12,870 women. Samantha has updated the numbers from Collingwood this morning for me that I wasn't able to change on the slide. For the year ended April 1st, 2026, they had 7,011 calls, up from 5,500 calls. They also had 558 referrals, not 196. And the other startling statistic that she noted was that 30% of those calls are from Wasaga Beach. Their stays are longer because of the housing crisis. Their average stays used to be 8 weeks. It's now 6 to 10 months. So, and the other comment that she made this morning was that, as some of you are probably aware, they are looking to establish a property in Wasaga Beach. So, looking forward to that coming soon. Those numbers are, to my mind, staggering. So, the Canadian federal government has acknowledged IPV as an epidemic, which follows calls to treat the IPV as a widespread, non-communicable crisis requiring urgent society-wide action. Association of Municipalities of Ontario have also declared and are responding to the issue as well. So this map represents the municipalities across Ontario that have declared IPV as an epidemic. As more and more municipalities declare, we're hoping that the people of Ontario are putting pressure on the province to act. So we would very much like to add a blue dot for Wasaga Beach on the map. This is just a small map of Simcoe County and the counties and the areas within Simcoe County that have already declared. As I mentioned last week, we were able to get a declaration from Majawa, Tasserantio. There are a couple of communities within here that have supported other agencies' resolutions to declare, but we believe it is important for each municipality and each town within the area to declare themselves. So, the statistics tell the story. For every statistic on the list, there are countless more survivors who are not safe in their homes, not safe in their jobs or their communities. Declarations send a strong message emphasizing the need to move IPV into the area of public health, which would secure resource allocations as sustainable funding for organizations that support victims, survivors, and their families. By making this a declaration, the town of Wasaga Beach can join the growing number of municipalities and regions in demanding action from all levels of government to address the issue. With this declaration, you would be joining advocates and 121 other municipalities. The concept is meant to shine a light on the issue and drive government actions. As a letter of support we received from Kim Nishaw, Executive Director of North Simcoe Victim Services, we wholeheartedly support the initiative advocated by CFW to declare an intimate partner violence crisis in our region. Statistics alone call for support for victims of intimate partner violence have increased, as I noted, 64% from 2023 to 25. Those in an abusive relationship can feel hopeless and isolated, but a declaration of IPV as an epidemic can help change that. So our request to the town of Wasaga Beach, as noted at the beginning of this presentation, is to pass a formal motion declaring IPV as an epidemic and to ask the province to make the same declaration and also to pass Bill 55. The declaration would demonstrate leadership, raise awareness, and support frontline organizations in your community. It would also align the town with municipalities across Ontario, recognizing the urgency of this issue. Such a declaration sends a powerful message. Survivors are seen, they matter, and they are not alone. There is no cost to this action. We'd pleased to offer any other advocacy suggestions and work alongside staff to support next steps. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Diane, for that very compelling and disturbing report, if you will. I will now look to members of council for questions or comments. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. That was a heartfelt presentation. It really was. You have my full support, first off. To me, I think what's most disturbing for me is the fact that our courts, I believe our courts need stricter, more punishable. Our courts need more stricter punishable penalties for those that commit these crimes. I think if they become stronger, people will think twice about that. I think they just get a slap on the hand and away you go, and then it's repeated. So do you know if the courts is the Bill 55, I'm not up to date on that. Does that include that? Do you know?
Not sure about that. It does establish a committee between politicians and practitioners around the issue to make suggestions and make recommendations for programs and increased awareness. I know last year, or probably 2 years ago now, CFUW in general was doing presentations to the federal government to strengthen bail laws, to not have IPV offenders released on bail right away as part of that issue, but that is obviously something that needs to be done. It's to strengthen the laws around that.
Just as a follow-up, is there any chance, it's just out of my head here, you know how hospitals and doctors have to report if there's any child abuse? Is there any way that they can report if they suspect an abuse with a woman?
Do you know the answer to that, Samantha? I don't.
Samantha, you want to join us at the front here?
I don't know the answer to that, man. Sorry.
Yeah, that's easier.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
you.
Good to see you too. So just a couple of things around for Bill 55. Part of it is it's primarily around the declaration. However, from it being enforced will be committees that are heavily focused on safety and enforcement changing throughout the systemic issues. So that is part of the work of Bill 55 that would be a result, just for your information around there. Child abuse is recorded, yes. Intimate partner violence isn't formally being recorded yet. However, many doctors and offices are taking the practice of asking women when they're in appointments if they are safe. A great example is our Ramblewood clinic here in Wasaga Beach. They actively do that, and we have had clients come into shelter via our healthcare at the Ramblewood clinic. So it's something it's becoming part of practice, which is a really good thing to see. And unfortunately, our statistics will likely get worse from there. Yeah.
On the last note, thank you, ladies, for all you do. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship, yeah, it's a sad presentation to hear, but it's so important to hear it, because I feel many, many people still think that this is an social economic issue, and it is not. It crosses every area of life, no matter the wealthiest to the poorest, it's everywhere. So a couple of things here, you of course support it. Yeah, I sat on the shelter board for 20 years with the Salvation Army, and a couple of things came to mind, and I always try and zero things down to local. You know, what can we do? And two that really popped into my head way back was, and you mentioned on the doctors, which is fabulous, but I remembered some women at the shelter didn't like going to the hospital to have their baby because they were not treated so well. And so we did a tour of the hospital, and we invited the doctors to the shelter to understand. And that certainly assisted. It's always about awareness, right? So that was another one. And then another was going to speak to the schools, because many children, unfortunately, think this is the way the world lives. And so letting children know that maybe this is a safe place to talk. So those are a couple of my insights on it, and I would certainly love to see what as a community we can do. There's no doubt on the need. And so thanks for making the presentation.
Thank you. Yes, education, I think, is also a key to this, especially early education to children, that they shouldn't accept that as a lifestyle, and they should also not accept that as being a norm for growing up. So.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ego. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I definitely support the request of the delegation today. I did have a couple of questions. Why has the government refused to act on the recommendation to declare IPV as an epidemic? What is the reluctance? Do you know?
I can't answer that, other than that they say it's not an infectious disease, that it's endemic. It's only endemic, it's not an epidemic. I'm assuming that the back reason is funding and costs, which of course is a challenge for governments everywhere.
As a follow-up, when you look at the large increase in the numbers between 24 and 25, I wondered if you knew if there's any logic behind that, but that would also appear to me to be epidemic.
Mm-hmm.
But those numbers were quite escalated. Is there any
So for everyone, their knowledge, my friend's house, while we're based out of Collingwood, we service Wasaga Beach, Clearview, Blue Mountain, Thornbury, and Meaford. So our numbers are drawn from, that's our catchment area. As we noted, 30% is coming from Wasaga Beach, but a good reference point is going into 2020, we only said no to 38 women, and we received just under 1,000 calls. So when we think of terminology and that kind of stuff, an endemic means there's containment, right? And so there's not, we're on the rise, 100%, right? You know, and so our numbers, I think there's a lot that's happened in the past several years. It'd be very interesting to know why, but I think also awareness building is a huge piece, is that it has traditionally been a very private, at-home matter, where I think agencies like my friend's house, that we're out there, we're involved in the community. To your point, the things of, you know, the healthy relationships and doctors' involvement and all that is there, so that I can contribute to more people coming forward. But certainly in our area, one thing that we see is affordable living and safe spaces. They do not exist. And with inflation, all of those matters, people who may not have had to pick up the phone and reach out before now do.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
I just want to add to that. I'm so sorry. Is this appropriate?
Well, you know what? I let Samantha come on up, so come on down. You're the next contestant.
Sorry. So my name's on the agenda as well. I'm Heather Lewis. I'm the chair from CFUW Aurelia of the Intimate Partner Violence Committee. And as Diane said, we have kind of been moving around Simcoe County, and it was the presentation that I did to the County of Simcoe that ended up with this invitation here. But I'd just like to go back to your question. Why hasn't the province declared? I received the vaguest answer ever from our MPP when I asked that question. They are going back to the definition again, that this is not widespread, it's not increasing, and that's why they're chosen endemic. And I believe that part of that relates to the funding model, because if they use the word epidemic, then it comes under the Department of Health, which is a huger pot that all these community agencies could pull from, versus you are now funded through the Ministry of Children, Community,
Social Services. Yeah.
Right. So I apologize.
No, that's fine. Heather, as you said, your name is on the agenda, so you are welcome to speak. All right, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship, through you, and thank you, ladies, for coming today. And it was a very moving presentation at County Council that sparked the conversation between the mayor and I, and request through the CAO and clerk to have you come and speak so that our colleagues at this table could also hear this important message. I'm really glad to see that the thought of having a second location here in Wasaga Beach is moving forward. It's desperately needed. This community, I feel, has tried their best, whether it's allowing access to our new library space, to be able to do outreach and referrals and meeting people where they're at here in our community. We really appreciate that extended service that you've been doing, but when Wasaga Beach is demanding 30% of your resources, it's also time that we step up with, not necessarily 30% of your funding, but creatively looking at how can we better financially pay our share, right? And so that's something that I'm quite committed to. As you are also likely aware, Deputy Mayor Fryer and I from Collingwood had the opportunity with the General Manager of Social Services, Mina, made the connection with all of the area shelters so that the county can be in a position potentially to prepare better support for long-term sustainable transitional housing for these ladies when appropriate and where available. And so I'm really happy that that connection has been made, because that's essential. Because if you don't have the ability to move the ladies and the children out, how do you have capacity for further intake? Eventually it just becomes unfunctionable, right? And especially once the ladies are stabilized again and feel, empowered and strong and stable, they want to move on. They don't want to stay stuck, right? So I'm hoping that this Wasaga Beach opportunity will help with some of that compaction and allow our community to proudly support your organization as well as we call on it. I've put forward a notice of motion through the clerk to support your request.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, we're just going to finish questions and comments.
Okay, sure.
And then we can go to the notice of motion.
No problem. I have no questions.
All right,
Thank you very much. Just comments.
Right, other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor, I'm very supportive of the motion too, and I believe it's very complex, although it happens in all kinds of situations in life or economic or whatever, but we do know that food insecurity in our community is growing exponentially. I also have to believe that when you look at, as you said, inflation, but you look at the need for families to have two jobs, I believe probably workforce violence is also on the increase, because there are those individuals that know that their employees are very dependent on their jobs and they put up with, I'm sure, more than what they should. So it's, but it's not, to the Deputy Mayor's point, it's not enough for us just to declare. We need to take action, and I think a big part of it is, we always sort of say, like, keep your nose out of your neighbor's business, but we have to create the kind of awareness and stigma that if somebody is creating these situations with women, it has to be totally unacceptable in our society. And so to your point, is it reported? I think it's up to each of us to, if we see it, to report it. If we suspect it, that we report it. So anyhow, thank you for the presentation. And yes, the numbers are alarming.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White?
Through your worship, I can't agree with Councillor Belanger more. It is a health issue, it is a financial issue, it's a mental health issue, and it is on the rise, and it definitely needs the attention requested. So I know there's a motion coming. I'm definitely going to be supporting that.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no other comments from members of council, I'll just speak to this before we go to back to Deputy Mayor Snell for her motion. First of all, welcome, ladies, and thank you. Deputy Mayor Snell and I had the honor to hear this presentation at County Council, and it was disturbing and alarming And the numbers are just staggering, quite frankly. I mean, I can tell you, as a male, I knew that this is a problem and a big problem, and I knew the numbers were high until that presentation. I had no idea where they were. I mean, a 64% increase, 25 over 24. And we would, I think, would be very safe and sound to sit here today and say, when we see 26 over 25, those numbers will be even higher again. And so we did work together to make sure that you folks could come here and make the presentation to our council. And I recall saying that day that I'm quite confident you'll see many more blue dots on this map, and I'm quite confident that you will see that here today. You know, my wife used to be a supervisor for Vickers, Victim Services, and although she would never share the story, she didn't have to. When she would come home, I could see it on her face. I could see it in her demeanor, in how her, you know, normally her shoulders, she was very positive and upright, where now she was kind of a little more slumped. And because this has an effect, my point is not just on the victim, first and foremost, but on the rest of that family, on and the extended family, the friends and the neighbors who often know this is happening and feel absolutely useless, if you will, because they either don't know what to do, or they're afraid to have a conversation, or they're afraid to tell someone else because they don't want to meddle in someone else's business. But like child abuse, whether it be wife abuse or husband abuse or partner period abuse, we need to get a handle on this. And you know, it's very disturbing. And then, you know, Wasaga Beach, 30%. You know, we were able to get together, Samantha and your team, and have some conversation and start the ball rolling on hopefully something that's going to come together for our community that I think will be wonderful. I know that that's coming along quite well, but there's still some work to be done, and you know, the municipality is going to be here to help you along the way to make sure we make those good things happen in our community. But it doesn't stop there. And you know, it's something that many people say, well, you know, what are you going to do? It's never going to stop. Well, maybe that's so. But when I look at the trajectory that this is taking, at the very least, we need to do our utmost best to turn that trajectory in the opposite direction. And I think every municipal government, every provincial government, and the federal government have the ability to do this. And why we're not all working together on making that happen is astonishing to me. I do believe we'll get there. Sooner rather than later, and probably sooner than we think, with the amount of blue dots that are being added to the map. You know, you talked about the increase of 64%, but you also talked about an increase just at my friend's house, which, you know, equates to about 25% year over year. And those are staggering numbers, and I cannot imagine doing the job that you folks do, first of all, just in helping these people in their most dire time of need. Women, children, men, you know, same-sex marriage, all of this. But what has to be more heart-wrenching more than anything, and I'm hoping that the people of Wasaga Beach are listening closely here, is that there are times, and more times than not, that you now have to say no to those individuals that need you so desperately. That to me is just heart-wrenching. Absolutely heart-wrenching. And so I commend you all for what you do and what you're doing. I'm going to go to our deputy mayor now for this motion that she has prepared, that she will move and ask for a seconder on. And again, just commend you. Thank you so much for taking the time to come here before Wasaga Beach today, and be rest assured, I, as the mayor, and I think on behalf of this council, we're going to stand behind you, and we're going to help you get where we got to get going. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, if I could ask the clerk, I just, in listening to the lady's presentation, I'd like to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the fifth paragraph, just before the word formally, pass Bill 55 and. Please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Smith. You are permitted, so this motion, you're moving, so there's no amendment required. Once we get a mover and a seconder, we can vote as you read it out.
Excellent, thank you. Whereas intimate partner violence continues to have a significant impact on individuals, families, and communities across Ontario, including the town of Wasaga Beach. And whereas local service providers, community organizations, and law enforcement agencies have reported increasing rates of intimate partner violence and growing demand for victim support services. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Wasaga Beach hereby declares intimate partner violence to be an epidemic within the Town of Wasaga Beach. And further, that the Town of Wasaga Beach encourages other municipalities that have not already done so to declare intimate partner violence on an epidemic within their communities. And further, that the Town of Wasaga Beach calls upon the Province of Ontario to pass Bill 55 and formally recognize and declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic across Ontario. And further, that a copy of this resolution be circulated to all 444 municipalities, all Ontario members of Provincial Parliament, the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, the Ministry of the Solicitor General, and the Premier of Ontario for consideration and support.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Members of Council, you've heard the motion moved by Deputy Mayor Snell. Could I have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Ego. I'll call the question. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, ladies. All right, moving on to item number 6.2, we have another delegation from Mr. Brent Martin, Refood Vendor Cart. Mr. Martin, come on forward, have a seat here at the mic, and welcome. And I'm just going to ask you to hit the silver button in the middle to turn your mic on when you're ready, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm just looking to ask the mayor and members of council for a permit to or a license for vending via a food cart on the beaches of New Wasaga and Allenwood.
All right, and so this is the cart that you would be using?
It'd be modified, but yes.
Okay. And you're looking to sell what type of product?
Oh, I'm sorry. It would be prepackaged ice cream and soft drinks.
So not steaks? All right, that's great. Anything further to add?
I don't think so, but I am open to questions.
All right, thank you very much. I'll now look to members of council for questions. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I do recall that when I first met Councillor Ego in another capacity, dealing with her in a business that she had, I heard the story that her husband had lobbied the town to get just this thing, a permit to sell on those beaches, I believe. So it made me wonder whether that is no longer, allowable, and why the deputation was needed. I think it's a great idea.
All right, going to look to our clerk for this. I do remember Mr. Ego delegating to a committee of the whole meeting in 2013 with respect to this matter. But my understanding is that currently it's not permitted within the town boundaries, and so this would be an exception. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
I can speak specifically to the beach bylaw. So the beach bylaw does not permit vendors to be along the beachfront in the areas regulated by that beach bylaw. This is something that I feel staff would recommend that we look at in 2027. I feel that will allow us to get our house in order and have a fair and equitable process for anyone that's looking to do this type of activity moving forward.
Does that answer your question, Councillor? Okay. All right, Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through your worship, yes, you're correct. Ron did have a golf cart at that time, but it was the provincial government at the time, because at that time they were declaring Allenwood a provincial park, so that's who he dealt with for licensing. And insurance was very, very, very high. I can attest to that for to have the cart. And my question would be, have you spoken with or met with Simcoe Health Unit? He always had to have a certificate of health every year or two. Every year it had to be renewed. Have you gone that step?
No, I have not looked into that yet.
Okay, so those are just some of my thoughts on it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White?
Thank you very much, Your Worship, through you. Yeah, obviously, ideas like this are great, but there's also an awful lot that needs to be taken into consideration. Obviously, the health board is going to have some sort of inspection criteria that they're going to want to make sure for food service. But also, too, to the clerk's point, like a broader understanding of what this town wants to do when it comes to beach peddling, whether you're selling ice cream sandwiches and beverages or towels and whatever else. When you travel abroad, you're often met on the beach with people peddling wares. Obviously, I like the idea of some of it, but don't like the idea of all of it. So this particular instance may serve as a fun little pilot project to see if there are future pitfalls we need to be warned of, but I would certainly support a broader approach to beach peddling.
Thank you. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, similar to Councillor White through the mayor, I've been to Mexico many times, and beach peddling can become quite a nuisance to a tourist. They sell everything except refrigerators. They get stuck in the sand. But in any event, it is a lot more complicated in that you'd have to have a limit because it can become a nuisance and for goers. But at the same time, I also recall someone that had a Dickie D ice cream cart and was able to go around and sell. So, is there something in between? Is there an area where a mobile cart that is providing a service, and often people on the beach would like a beverage or an ice cream? Is there a possibility to look at alternatives? I'm not suggesting that we come to a decision today, but whether it be a permanent location in a busy area near the beach, are they able to operate by walking along roadways? Because I believe in many communities, the ice cream carts still go around. And so, again, I'm not totally familiar with all the bylaws. I get it, not on the sand right now, and that's going to take a lot more thought, but is there any kind of alternative that can be offered? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a problem with it, but I think I'd like to wait for the staff report to come forward, just to see, more options for that. So, but everything basically has been said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Councillor DeLeo. I love the cart. What a brilliant idea. I happen to be one of those people who would fully support this, because in 77, 78, 79, you're right, Councillor Belanger, I did have a Dickie D ice cream bike. It was my first business, and it was quite successful here, but the rules were a little different back then, and a lot less gentle, if you will, than they are today. I love the idea of, especially in the areas of Allenwood and New Wasaga, where there are no or very few convenience stores or any shops where, ice cream or cold drinks could be available to many people on the beach. I'm sure there's a lot of people who would very much like that. But I do think that right now you allow one, you allow all, do we use it as a test or not? I think that we do need to have an absolute more fulsome understanding as to how this would work, how many permits may be issued and so on and so forth. And so what I'm hearing here from the rest of council, although we like the idea and support it, I think we would need more information. And I'm going to look to our clerk to suggest we, staff maybe do a report on this with respect to what other beach towns are doing and, you know, what the requirements are for insurance, what the requirements will be from the Simcoe County District Health Unit, Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit, so on and so forth, so as that we can, you know, work towards implementing something that suits Mr. Martin, but I don't know that we're ready to do that as of today. But I want to thank you, Mr. Martin, for bringing this forward, because you know, I'm quite surprised that more people haven't done this, because it's, I think, a good business opportunity for certain, and certainly an area that could use some more commercial base, if you will, for lack of a better term. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship, and yes, we thank Mr. Martin for bringing this initiative forward. So I would recommend that Council receive the delegation from Mr. Brent Martin, and that staff be directed to return to Council with a staff report and recommendations regarding vendors along the beachfront.
All right, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Snell, question on that?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through you to the clerk. Could you also consider in that report looking at options of kiosks that we potentially build and brand and whatnot and lease out, and where they would be located? I think what's also important to consider too, much like the hawkers peddlers license, we want to be mindful of established brick and mortar stores that wherever they're placed, it's not competing product or potentially taking from our year-round businesses.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the motion has not been moved as of yet, so I'll propose that Council receive the delegation from Mr. Brent Martin, and that staff be directed to return to Council with a staff report and recommendations regarding vendors, business kiosk along the beachfront.
All right, Councillor Ego.
Thank you. I agree, it's a great idea. I would like the motion to stay, as Brent has asked, for New Wasaga and Allenwood, because they are a unique situation. There are not any other facilities there, and I can see, because it worked many years ago, a mobile cart along the Sand Road in that area. So it is a unique situation, so I would like the staff report just to center on Allenwood and New Wasaga for now, and then the other one's a larger.
I believe we are focusing on that, but I'll look to our clerk. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Smith. Absolutely, just much like the beach bylaw, where it does differentiate in different rules for each beach, Allenwood, New Wasaga, Beach 1 and Beach 2, we'll do the same with the report and recommendations and ensure that we're looking at a fulsome approach for each area.
All right, Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. Mr. Martin might not like this comment only because you're coming to us in the peak of summer season, and I know that you would probably like to start tomorrow or very quickly. We are a community that are working on some really large priorities, and I know our staff is stretched for capacity, and the clerk mentioned that she really wanted to look at this for 27, and I just want to make sure that we don't have an expectation of our staff that we expect this back in a couple of weeks. You are a little late to the party. Had we been doing this back in November or January, we maybe could have been better equipped to be ready for the season, but I applaud your initiative and your idea, and if we can't make something happen this year, maybe it'll be next year. But I just wanted to make sure that we set a reasonable timing for staff.
All right, and I think staff's clear on what they need to do and when that will come back. And I'm sure, again, we're focused on 27 here, but the report to come back so as that we are well in advance of 27, so as that folks like Mr. Martin can then make any purchases or investments needed to do that. All right, if there's no other questions or comments from members of council, you have heard the resolution from the clerk. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Deputy Smell, Snell, sorry, who put it forward, and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Mr. Martin, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, now moving on to item number 7, government relations, and 7.1 is the beachfront development. I'll pass the floor to our CAO, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I've had a couple residents approach me asking for an update on the Sunray transaction. Has the deal closed? So I wanted to update council on where we are at with this deal. As you can appreciate, I hope, this is not a simple transaction. It's a complex real estate transaction. We have not formally closed yet. There is no issue. We are just working through all of the requirements to close the deal, and I'll explain specifically what is causing the delay. The land that the municipality will be selling to Sunray, there is over 100 years of real estate transaction and parcels that have been created. If you look at the parcel map that we were working with, it looks like a bowl of spaghetti. Our legal firm, our conveyancer have been working through that map to consolidate all of the pins. Those are property identification numbers. There are literally dozens of them on this map. We are working to consolidate the parcels into 3 parcels with 3 pins. That work has now been completed. Unfortunately, you have to get the permission of the land registrar when you consolidate pins so that they approve these parcel numbers. That is in the process of being confirmed. We are waiting for the land registrar's office to confirm that the pins are fine. As soon as that is confirmed, General Manager Lalonde has been working with our land surveyor to create a reference plan. Those pins, these new 3 pins, will go into the draft reference plan that we have already created. That then goes back to the land registry office for their formal approval. So the process of getting the land registrar to approve these things can take a bit of time. We can control what we can control, and despite the fact that we're working quickly, that's beyond our control. Once you deposit a reference plan, it can get approved in 3 hours. It can take 3 weeks. We just don't know. So that's what we are waiting for, and we're working through. Everything beyond that is fine. Sunray would close today if that reference plan had been approved by the land registry office. So going to take a bit of time. I just want to emphasize this is nothing abnormal. We ran into the same issue when we were transferring land to the Breakers, Stonebridge. It's just the nature of what we're working with. These are 100 years of transactions, patchwork fabrics that we are trying to consolidate and bring them into today's standards. So again, nothing out of the norm for a project like this and parcels like this. Hopefully to get this closed in the next few weeks. As soon as that plan is approved by the registry office, Sunray will close. They've already got their check ready to provide to our CFO. Happy to answer any questions.
And I'm sure our CFO, I can see by the smile on her face, she can hardly wait. All right, questions or comments? Councillor Ego?
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Yes, just if there's any doubt on what Andrew is saying here today, I am going to chirp in. I went through it personally. The cottage I live in is 100 years old. And when I had to register, oh my, what was going to be simple did not turn out to be so simple. And it was years and years of looking at property lines and pins and in and out of offices. So I get it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Any other questions or comments? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I understood there was an easement on the land that has that. I was on vacation, so I have no idea if that's gone through. Has that gone through? Have they sold it to us to give to Sunray?
No, so through you, Mr. Mayor, the easement I believe you're talking about is the easement owned by the Ontario Inc. Corporation. So council has approved moving forward with expropriation on that. What we will be doing is actually carving that easement out of the transfer temporarily, proceeding with the deal. Once that transaction has been resolved, then that would transfer at a later date. So the easement is being carved out of the transfer currently.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do believe the minutes from that meeting, both open and closed, were provided to council and to the public, not the closed, but the open. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Andrew. Moving on now to item number 8 on the agenda, which is staff reports, and it is noted that staff report number 8.7 has been pulled from the consent agenda to be dealt with under matters for consideration. And other than that item, the recommended motions, the following consent list items under staff reports and all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled, and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Under item number 9, which is correspondence items, it is noted that items 9.1, 9.4, and 9.5, and 9.7 have been pulled from the consent agenda to be dealt with under matters for consideration, with a recommended motion that the following consent list items under correspondence be received for information, excluding items pulled, and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Questions or comments? Seeing none, mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor Eagle, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And item number 10, matters for consideration. And we do have financial investments in the community, 2026-07-16-30, with a recommended motion that the report titled Financial Investments in Community to the council meeting of July 16, 2026 be received. I have a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? Sorry, Madam Clerk.
My apologies. So that was pulled by Councillor Belanger. We're on,
Matters for consideration?
yes, the financial investments in community.
Okay, sorry, it's on the next page. Thank you very much.
No.
All right, so before we vote on that, we will now go to Councillor White, who pulled that.
No,
Councillor
sorry.
White?
Councillor Belanger, my apologies. I didn't put the name there.
So it was pulled by Councillor Belanger? Okay, sorry, Councillor Belanger?
Yes, I had indicated when I pulled this item that I wanted to give our CAO the opportunity to speak to it. I believe it's very good and exciting news for our community, and I think it was worthy of being discussed open publicly.
All right, thank you very much. Andrew?
Not to pass the buck, but I'm going to let our CFO speak to it as it was her report, and I will add some comments to it.
Thank you, Andrew. Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, members of council. So the investment in the town has previously been discussed at the council table, and from a financial perspective, the impact is significant, and the report was prepared to highlight the amount of investment in the community over the past few years. The town is limited as to what it can achieve on its own. However, when the town's funds are leveraged with other funding streams, it makes a big difference. And for example, the Beach Drive project received $11.9 million in provincial funding. Grant funds from other levels of government are extremely important to the town, and managing the relationships with these other government providers directly benefits the community. Further, the opportunity to utilize conferences such as AMO, where council and staff can present to the province initiatives that help move the town forward and attract investment from the province in the community, is essential in making large-scale improvements. Working with the school boards and the province to help make the case for building in Wasaga will bring benefits to children and parents of Wasaga for many years to come. All of these previously mentioned investments help drive another important outcome, the private investor funds. The town is offering a very open landscape for new businesses and developers to invest their projects and be part of a fairly young town and a growing town. The time spent by council and staff to work on with these other partners, investors, is worth every moment. The chart in the report shows the community will benefit from just over $500 million of investment of projects listed, with several more investors also moving their projects forward. Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to highlight that information for council.
All right, thank you, Madam CFO. Mr. CAO.
Just add a couple of comments. $500 million of investment is significant in any time for Wasaga Beach. I just want to highlight that the last 4 years have been challenging for this country, this continent, this world. And to have pulled that off with the current macroeconomic conditions, I think is quite amazing. Our residential market has been very quiet, as it has been, again, across the continent. So our focus has really been non-res, and we've been amazingly successful to it. Some of that is part of the comments that Councillor Belanger was asking to McSweeney. Is it because we've hit a certain threshold? Yes, that's part of it, but it's also very significant lobbying efforts on the part of council and our staff team. So we've pushed hard. The things we're focusing on, I think, are the right things for this community, and it's paying off. And I look forward to the market rebounding. We've set the bar pretty high in a tough market. When things come back, I know the expectations are going to be even higher for us, but we're up to the challenge.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, Councillor Belanger.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just a few follow-ups is, first of all, to your point of staff lobbying. I've certainly been at a number of meetings where the ministers have identified that the presentations were some of the best that they have ever seen, and we contribute a lot of people in this room for that, so thank you. But a couple other points is recently on social media, it's been out there quite a bit, there was an AR-driven Wasaga, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and talked about, you know, some of the very positives about all of these investments. It talked about some of the concerns, but overall, it was a very positive post. But it had our investment at $388 million. So I did want to point out that whenever that was done, it did not capture the $100 million People Care 288-bed long-term care campus, which was a really incredible thing for our community. But the other thing I've been asked quite a number of times about is what would the impact of all this be on our commercial tax base? And I understand it takes a big bump to start to move that needle, but with that said, we look at where some of this investment is being made, and quite a bit of the infrastructure was already in place. So that's a big positive for our community when we get this kind of investment, but the road and the sewer already existed, and that's in quite a number of these large projects, that's the case. So I'm not suggesting we would be able to put any kind of number to that now, but I think it is something that if we can get a handle on in the point of, did this move our commercial tax base up 2 or 3%, that's a big, good start. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just, looking at this chart, it's so exciting, but I think what we have to always be future thinking as well. And when you think about the impact that these investments are going to make on the town's capacity in the years to come, we're very fortunate that the stars were in alignment and all this came to be, but kudos to staff, absolutely. I've seen it in action at the AMO event, and it's absolutely wonderful that we've been blessed with this kind of funding. So thank you to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I think what's in, do you have something else, Councillor Belanger?
Mayor, maybe if I neglected, but maybe you could just, if you know the number of jobs that were also involved in job creation on this.
Thank you. We've kind of got our own mini economy happening here in Wasaga Beach. It's quite interesting. We know, in speaking to builders and developers and reading the newspapers, listening to the news, that things are quiet. Wasaga Beach tends to be doing its own thing. And, we've got major developments, as has been mentioned, including Costco, the two new high schools, recently announced 288-bed long-term care home, the largest long-term care home in South Georgian Bay. The Marriott Hotel, the breakers, you name it, other major significant projects. And it's a huge catalyst to the community for commercial versus residential growth. And this is what we're working towards. Everything that has been done is somewhere near 1,600 plus jobs, to answer your question, that have been or are being created by this growth. And, the building department this year has already issued 181 permits, including 32 new dwelling units in those, with 90 dwelling units, I believe, in the pipeline to be submitted very soon, and another 40 to 60 more homes expected to enter that pipeline this year. There's also a big thing of 394 unit condo building that's been submitted, which is going to bring significant tax revenue. But here's what I found was really compelling, and this chart, I just love the chart, so thank you, Madam CFO. But in 2025, on May 31st of 2025, permit revenue for the building department was at $129,800. On May 31st of 2026, that permit revenue is $468,757, 4 times an increase. That is significant. That's real development happening in a time where development hasn't been happening. And I've had the opportunity to speak to some developers, so as the CAO, some long-term developers here in Wasaga Beach who have said, you know what, they're starting to see things move. And they're working and wondering how the town can work with them to really get this, not only is it starting to move, but they want to get it really moving and complete projects and start new ones. And there's a great interest in Wasaga Beach for development and moving forward. And with that comes some headaches, like always, but at the end of the day, I think it's something that every community needs. We'll all be lost without it. And so this is significant, and we should all be proud of the fact that our community is hustling and bustling. At the best of times, it's usually it's number one or in the top 3 or 4 fastest growing in the province. And even when things are really slow, we're still in that top 3 or 4 for our community moving forward. So what does that mean? It means that there are a lot of people who do not live here currently who want to move to and live in Wasaga Beach because they know how beautiful this community is and inclusive and how it's growing to become a complete community, and that these services are coming. So it's all very positive news, and I think that we need to keep working and keep the ball rolling. I commend our staff. We couldn't do any of this without all of you and your dedication, day and night, weekends, evenings, just plugging away to make sure that the bus keeps moving and we keep moving forward. I'll end at that. Mr. CAO, did you have something to add?
I just want to add a couple comments pertaining to job creation, and that is equally as significant as the value of this investment. And when you drive along some of the major highways in southern Ontario and you see a massive industrial plant being built, a logistics plant, et cetera, a lot of times these are big footprints, but they don't create a lot of jobs. You can get a 1 million square foot plant that employs 5 people. What we are realizing in our community are a lot of jobs that is coming with this. Costco brings 360 jobs, 350 jobs with the LTC, and these are good jobs, good paying jobs. So it's desperately what this community needs. If you want to tackle affordability, affordable housing, the best way to do it is by creating good quality, good paying jobs. So that is a major success story as part of all of this. I'm very confident there's more coming because we're on the radar of a lot of investors. So I just wanted to really stress the importance of that, and attracting $500 million investment in a term of council, but creating 1,600 to 1,700 jobs in that same time frame is that's momentous for this community.
And I'll just end, in our conversation with a developer that's been around quite some time here, they are looking right now seriously at a couple of retail projects that I think are going to be significant for our community to allow people to stay home and shop and complete things. And as soon as they are ready, we'll be happy to bring that all forward. All right, you have heard the question. This will be a recorded vote because it was pulled by Councillor Belanger. Sorry, was there someone else? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm sorry to elongate this, but I also want to say that something that doesn't show up in this chart, and I'm well aware of it because I live in the cottage side of the town, there's so much investment by public in updating, renovating, rebuilding some of our older properties, and that's a positive investment into the community. We're not looking at massive gentrification. We're just looking in a nice update and breathing some new life into our older areas that can use it. So I don't know how we would ever get a track on that, but it's very interesting beyond the building permit itself.
All right, thank you very much. As I said, you have all heard the question. I'll call the vote, and I'll ask Madam Clerk for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snow.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith. Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We now move on to the next item, which is the Village of Maverick Wolford, and the Municipality of North Grenville letters, and this was pulled by Councillor White. Councillor White?
Thank you very much. You're going to have to start calling me Councillor Stop Sign, Councillor Speed Bump, Councillor Traffic Calming, Traffic Officer, Councillor Get Out of My Office. I'm not putting up another stop sign. I'm joking all. The province did ban speed cameras from municipalities a long time ago. And in that, they offered to compensate municipalities who were doing this in order to calm their streets and traffic, funding for other traffic calming projects. And I think, along with this letter to our council, so does this other municipality think that that's unfair and that all municipalities should be treated equally in this area. So the motion reads as such. Speeding continues to pose a significant public safety concern in communities across Ontario. Municipalities require effective traffic calming measures and sustainable funding to improve road safety and protect all road users, including children and seniors. Therefore, the Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the resolution of North Grenville, Merrickville, Wolford OPP Detachment Board requesting that the Province of Ontario expand funding for traffic calming and speed mitigation initiatives to all municipalities rather than limiting support to municipalities utilizing automated speed enforcement, aka cameras. And that this resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Transportation, the Minister of Finance, the local MPP, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Rural Ontario Municipality Association, the Ontario Provincial Police, and all police service boards, and all other municipalities for their information and consideration.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So that resolution is on the floor. Before we go to that resolution, I will ask other members of Council for questions or comments. Anybody? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the item that I hear most from the residents, especially lately, is speed on residential streets. And I need to catch up with Director Lalonde with some specifics on that. But I would second that motion when the time comes.
All right, so moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor White, 100% agree. We have some areas in Wasaga Beach that we're getting a lot of complaints on, major speeding. Our OPP are wonderful, don't get me wrong, but they'll come out and just do a quick, drive by and, that's it on their part. Some of them, some OPPs, they can stay and monitor, but a lot of times from the complaints I'm getting, they're not. So we do need to take action on that, and the province needs to help, and they need to be fair. It's either all got it or nobody gets it. So I totally agree with you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor, I support the motion, but I did want to defend the province a little bit. I believe at the time some municipalities had made an investment in the speed camera in the process, and they hadn't yet recouped their investment, and I think that was some of the logic. But with that said, I do agree that speeding is becoming more of an issue across the province, and anytime we can hopefully receive some funding assistance is always beneficial. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor White?
Yes, and further to the point, traffic calming requests are filling up all of our inboxes, not just me, but every other municipality across the way. My neighbor is a retired police officer, and he was calling me for a different, he was calling me about speeds in the river. And he had suggested that, reducing speed limits throughout, like River Road West from, basically Blueberry to the bridge at Schoonertown would be a good idea. And I had always pushed back in saying that, reducing the number on the sign is not necessarily going to reduce the speed in the car. And I see a lot of people nodding their heads, and this guy was very, adamant that wasn't the case, and that actually lowering speed limits does have a little bit of an effect. So it was really good to have a chat with him. The purpose of this, though, is because I believe that, in the future, from me and from other municipalities and all that, we're going to see an increase in money spent on signage and traffic calming efforts, whether it be speed tables or signs, changing speed limits, and putting in community safety zones. As you know, putting in a community safety zone can add $15,000, $25,000 in signage costs on top of all of the internal work done to it. So I really want to make people aware that it's not such a simple thing for municipalities to do, to control streets by putting up signs blocking, not blocking entrances, but a lot of our dead ends that go to the beach have signs on them saying no beach access to stop vehicles from going down there in error and then speeding their way back towards the main street. So there's a lot of consideration that goes in here, and a lot of issues well beyond just simple enforcement. So I appreciate everybody's support in this initiative to get the funding so that we can do what needs to be done.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, through your worship. And thank you, Councillor White, for bringing this forward and speaking so often to it. So yeah, I think we've all raised the issue here. And I have to commend some neighborhoods, one in particular near me, that they have just put their own signs out all along the boulevard. And I'm sure we've all seen it. And, this is not a speedway, slow down. I'm going, okay, yep, we're getting the message out there. And and I had read some articles last year, actually many municipalities, and many like ours that are summer, but they have lowered their speed limits throughout town. They just did it. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will note that on July the 7th at the OPP Detachment Board meeting, which I chair, we did have this discussion, and we did pass a resolution supporting this as well. But I think what's really important to note is that, although the province may provide dollars to municipalities for traffic calming, I just don't want the general public to get the idea that if the province comes out and makes an announcement that we're providing funding to every community to calm traffic, that they're going to see Wasaga Beach or any other municipality for that reason reduce all of their speeds throughout their community. At the end of the day, folks, realistically, we have to make sure traffic keeps moving. As often as I get complaints about traffic being too fast, and we do contact the OPP, they often do go out. If we give them a specific area, they'll spend some time there and they'll focus on that area and do traffic calming and or traffic offense work. But what they often will tell us is that it's not nearly as bad as people seem to think it is. And here's what I will tell you. If you're walking down the street and a car passes you doing 50 kilometers an hour, which is our speed limit, If you're on the side of the road there, that 50 kilometers an hour seems, it's loud because you're close to it, and it seems much quicker than it actually is. You know, countless times we have put out traffic monitors that monitor speed, and I'll look to General Manager Lalonde for this, but I think the results come back on them again often that the traffic is not above the speed limit or very little. Often, sometimes it's below the speed limit, actually. And so we just don't want the general public to think if the province issues these dollars that we're going to slow traffic on every street in our community. That's just not possible. We have to make sure it keeps traffic moving. And as often as I get complaints about speeding, I get complaints about how long it takes to get from one end of town to the other, and you should raise the speed limit on major thoroughfares. So, you know, it's like everything else we do in this job. We can never make everybody happy, and I've said it before, if everybody loves you, it's because you've never made a decision. So at the end of the day, we need to be very cautious of that, and I'm going to look to General Manager Lalonde if he could speak on the traffic and the issues, and you've dealt with this many times over the years, Kevin.
Certainly, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, engineering staff do receive several, if not a dozen, requests for a traffic study through a traffic calming request petition, and in more cases than not, I think really we've, over the last 6 years, we've implemented 2 considerable ones, both along Wedgwood Drive and Golf Course Road, which are effective. But the other 10 or 12 that we do each year do not warrant measures based on our policy and practices. So when we do go out and actually confirm the data in terms of the volume of traffic, the speeds of traffic, and you know, the 85th percentile is what we look at is in terms of, you know, the speed at which 85% of the traffic is going at or below. It's in most cases, if not all, it's less than what the perception is based on, you know, a loud muffler or perhaps the proximity in the absence of sidewalks. But it is something that our staff are actively involved in, and we do receive, as council does as well, many requests for assessments and audits. But to Councillor White's point, arbitrarily putting a sign without, in the absence of enforcement, if you post a reduced speed limit, you won't have any, there won't be any noticeable benefit. In fact, I live in a neighborhood that has 3 adjoining streets have posted 30 kilometers, and I can assure you it's not many people are going 30, and they're really going the same speed as what they were when it was 50, so my opinion.
All right. You have, if there's no other questions or comments on this matter, listen, I've been in communities where some newer styles and different styles of traffic calming works, having pylons, you know, that narrows the lane, that you've got to get through that and then keep going again. Midhurst has several of these. They're effective. They're effective in slowing, but what I've noticed, they're effective in slowing people down to get through the pylon, and then people often step on it after that to move again, right? And of course, then there's issues with plowing snow and so on and so forth. So we hear you, we understand, but if it was easy, every municipality would have done it long before now. Okay, so we do have a motion here that Councillor White has put on the table, seconded by Councillor Timms, and I'll look to the clerk for recorded vote. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith. Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to the next item is the Corporation of the Municipality of Wawa resolution. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger and Councillor DeLeo. Councillor Belanger? This is the emergency room wait times.
Yes, through the mayor, we hear lots about our healthcare system, and I first of all want to say that I believe that our healthcare system is fantastic. There's always room for improvement, of course, but they are, like our staff, often overworked. They are busy folks. But with that said, this hit home about someone passing away in an emergency room. I've seen a couple situations where the prioritization of people that are in emergency that seem to be in significant pain or significant distress have waited too long before an assessment. So I do support this, and this is for youth, but I really believe it's for everyone, that if you arrive in an emergency room and you're in stress or in a life-threatening situation, that assessment needs to occur quickly. And I know it's challenging because I haven't been in an emergency room yet that hasn't been extremely busy. So with that said, whereas Ontario hospitals continued, are we going to let?
No, it's, you have a motion you're going to put forward on this, but I'm going to let Councillor
Yeah.
DeLeo speak to it first. Go ahead,
Yes, I'll let her speak.
Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. This too really hit me hard, but I want the public that didn't read this report, I want them to know what's actually in it. So I just made a little speech here. So reading this report truly disturbed me, and I believe something must be done. As Ontario population continues to age, our healthcare system is facing unprecedented pressure. Emergency departments are seeing record patient volumes, resulting in dangerously long waiting times. Sadly, most of us have either experienced this ourselves or know someone who has. Now, this is a personal one. I remember sitting in the emergency room some time ago when a teenage girl came in. She was visibly in excruciating pain, sweating, crying, and holding her abdomen. She sat directly across from me. Within an hour, she began vomiting. Still, she wasn't seen by a doctor. A nurse came by and gave her a pail. I waited 6 hours before I was finally called in, and to my shock, she was still sitting there in the ER. By then, she had vomited 3 more times and was curled up with her knees to her chest in unbearable pain. After I was moved to another waiting area, she was brought in shortly afterward. About 2 hours later, I heard a scream. Someone shouted that her appendix had burst. The doctor immediately rushed to her and called for an operating room to be prepared. Well, that moment will never leave me. No child or adult should have to deteriorate to that point before receiving medical attention. It should never happen. Today, patients admitted to our Ontario emergency departments wait an average of about 20 hours before receiving an inpatient bed, with many spending that time on stretchers in the hallways. Even patients classified as high urgency can face hours-long waits before being assessed by a physician. This is simply unacceptable. The Financial Accountability Office of Ontario has projected that the province's health sector faces a $21.3 billion funding shortfall through 2027-2028, simply to maintain existing programs and commitments. At the same time, Ontario continues to receive billions of dollars annually through the Federal Canada Health Transfer to help support healthcare services. Ontarians deserve confidence that every available dollar is being used as effectively as possible to improve patient care and reduce wait times. Also shocking, according to Canadian emergency medicine researchers, an estimated 8,000 to 15,000 Canadians die prematurely each year due to emergency department overcrowding. That statistic alone should alarm every government, regardless of political stripe. Perhaps the most heartbreaking example is the 16-year-old Finley Van der Werken, who waited more than 8 hours in an Oakville emergency department. Despite being triaged as an urgent patient, he tragically died after pneumonia progressed to sepsis. His family has since become powerful advocates for meaningful reforms to emergency room care so that no other family has to endure such a devastating loss. This is not about politics, it is about patients. It is about families. It is about ensuring that every person who walks into an emergency department receives timely, safe, and compassionate care. I recognize that the province has taken steps to improve health care by investing in additional hospital infrastructure, expanding medical school spaces, and recruiting more healthcare professionals. Those efforts are important, but they are clearly not enough to address the growing demand. We need more doctors, more nurses, more hospital beds, and stronger staffing levels. We need emergency departments that can respond quickly within minutes, when minutes matter. No parent should ever lose a child because timely care wasn't available. I urge the Ontario government to continue working with healthcare professionals, hospitals, municipalities, and the federal government to make reducing emergency room wait times an immediate priority, because the next family waiting in an emergency room could be yours or mine. Rest in peace, Finley. Your story has touched countless hearts, and may it inspire meaningful change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions or comments on this matter? Seeing none, okay, Councillor Belanger, you have a motion?
Yes, through the mayor. Whereas Ontario hospitals continue to experience the emergency room overcrowding, staffing shortages, and prolonged wait times, the impact timely access to emergency care and place additional strain on patients, healthcare providers, and municipal paramedic services. And whereas the tragic death of a 16-year-old, Finlay Van der Werken, who died in February 2024 after waiting in the emergency department of Oakville Trafalgar Memorial Hospital, has highlighted the need for stronger provincial standards to improve paramedic emergency care across Ontario. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the resolution of the Township of Ramera, Municipality of Wawa, and the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, calling on the Province of Ontario to reduce emergency room wait times through increased hospital capacity, enhanced triage protocols, additional healthcare staffing, and improved emergency care resources. And further, that the Town of Wasaga Beach support the introduction of Finlay's Law to strengthen paramedic emergency care through provincial standards for timely access to care, safe staffing levels, independent oversight, and the enhanced funding for paramedic emergency service. And further, that the Council support the request of the Government of Canada to work with the Province of Ontario to strengthen accountability under the Canada Health Act and support the implementation of consistent national emergency care standards. And further, that the resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Ontario Minister of Health, the Federal Minister of Health, the local MPP and MP, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Ontario Hospital Association, the Ontario Medical Association, the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, and all Ontario municipalities for their information and consideration.
All right, thank you. I'll have that moved by you and seconded by Councillor DeLeo. Any other questions or comments? I'll just note that I think it's important to note here that, our medical system is no doubt in a crisis. And we desperately need more doctors, we desperately need more nurses, more nurse practitioners, more first responders, more paramedics. And I want to be clear that this is not a breakdown of any one or any level of service that looks after patients on a daily basis. I often refer to our paramedics here in Simcoe County, who I believe are absolutely second to none. And they do an amazing job. And what I always say is, you can drive by the police station and you'll see some cars and people inside working, and same with our fire stations. But you go by a paramedic station, rarely do you see an ambulance sitting idle in a paramedic station. These folks start their shift in the van and they end their shift in the van. And, we know with our local firefighters, how many calls they respond to through second-tier response for medical calls. But doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, first responders, let me tell you, they're working their tails off here. Triaging is very difficult because triaging changes in a second when someone comes in a life-threatening situation. And so the problem is that unfortunately fatal and bad things happen because of that system, and it's heart-wrenching. But I think it's important to point out that our folks on the front lines, the boots on the grounds. Boy, oh boy, they are working, and they're working hard, and we thank them for that. Madam Clerk, a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snow.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And moving on to the next item, which is another Township of Ramera modernizing Ontario's invasive plant rules to protect taxpayers, municipal lands, agricultural lands, natural heritage, and local gardens. This was pulled by Councillor Belanger and Councillor Ego. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the mayor. I had mentioned this before in council, and the reason I pulled this is because it's my understanding today that even when we have residents that have been trained in the proper removal and disposal of Phragmite, that they can actually get into trouble or maybe even be fined if they were to undertake any of that activity without the supervision of someone from MECP or MNR, however you remember them. And I'm just, I know that in our town, there have been volunteer groups that are trained that would like to get out there and at least in the area, the vicinity of where they live and their properties, is to properly remove these invasive species, and it's not happening quickly enough. There's not enough participation from MECP, and yeah, you know, I think it's important to point out whether it's healthcare or whether it's invasive plants. Is all of these things take money. We know we're in an environment of inflation, and everyone is trying to, you know, be very careful on how we spend tax dollars. But in this case, there are creative ways, and we have to start thinking outside the box and try to find ways. When we have volunteer groups that are well-trained, that want to help, I believe we have to take advantage of that. So I'm sure there's a lot more in this report than the reason why I pulled it, but that was my reasoning. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Belanger. And now Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship, thank you. I pulled mine for different reasons, but I'd like to speak to Councillor Belanger's first. I think he's referring to Phragmites, which certainly we've had invasive, but I'm not sure if you're speaking to the municipal lands, the dunes, or those lands, or the provinces, and if there is a difference, and perhaps that's something the town would look at or address, because it could be on that. That's my question on there. So I pulled it because it's a powerful letter they've done, and from speaking to some of my gardening friends, of which I'm the novice, I believe this has been worked on for over 5 years, this policy they're asking for and putting in place. And you know, the goals are really consistent with those of Wasaga Beach. It was when we came on council in 23, we put a motion forward at that time that the town of Wasaga Beach wishes to embrace more sustainable approaches. So we've come a long way since adopting that new beautification bylaw in 2023. Because at that time, it prohibited boulevard plantings on municipality and owned lands within public rights of way. And we had in our motion, and whereas planting native species in boulevards and front yards is a practice increasingly being encouraged in municipalities across Canada as a means to adapt to climate change, promote habitat for native species, encourage community engagement, and improve beauty. And so moving forward in this letter, I see how far they are going in, which has been the goal really, is, and I'll just read some of the highlights, and whereas garden centers, nursery, landscape suppliers, seed distributors, retailers, blah, blah, and residents all have an important role to play in preventing the spread of invasive plants before they become a costly municipal and environmental problem. And whereas, and whereas the Ontario Invasive Plant Council's Grow Me Instead program promotes native and non-invasive alternatives. And recently in Halton Hills, they have the importance of choosing native alternatives to invasive garden plants. So it does come from the industry as well. If people don't know about it and we don't get educated. So I think this is kudos for this group for going after this and going to all the different areas of the plants. And I want to thank our town staff for really embracing this, and our town is changing, and I've received comments from people about the native plant garden near the Rexplex, so it's been noticed. I have spoken to Lee. I've noticed the milkweed growing in many of our gardens, which years ago would have just been pulled out. So I think Wasaga Beach is doing a really good job on this, and so that's why I support this letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments on this matter? Yeah, I think it's, the report, I was quite surprised to read that, retailers are actually able to sell invasive species and non-native invasive species, and then we wonder why we have a problem. The other thing is that, nowadays with people being so busy, we all want to plant plants that are extremely hardy and that spread quickly. And, I talked to an individual from the Horticultural Society who said any plant that is extremely hardy and grows quickly and has a lot of land coverage, there's a 95% chance it's an invasive species. And so we need to keep that in mind. And, when I look at the town of Wasaga Beach, for example, and just our staff trying to make sure that all of our boulevards and roadways are kept cut to a respectable height and looked after. But there are so many weeds, which include a lot of invasive species, but just weeds in general. Now, there's very little grass, and they grow so quick. They are hardy, whether it's raining, whether the sun's shining, it's hot or cold, that it's all you can do to keep up. By the time you get halfway through the municipality, you really could be going back to start over, never mind finishing the other half. And residents, we get calls, we get letters from residents saying, why haven't they cut the grass? You make me cut our grass, why haven't you cut the boulevard? Why haven't you? And I get it, it's frustrating. We all want our neighborhoods to look good. But this is a problem, and so I support this wholeheartedly, and I think it goes a long way, but I think there's a lot longer distance to go to ensure that the pendulum has gone from here now to here. And again, like so many other things, we have to try and find that middle ground where we can control this, but still not be damaging the environment. And there has to be a better way, because the current way just isn't working. All right, you've heard the resolution. It is moved by Councillor Belanger and seconded by Councillor Ego. Madam Clerk, recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
Favor.
Do we read the motion?
Yeah, I don't think
Sorry.
I read it yet.
My apologies.
Oh, you know what? That was the last motion. Sorry, my apologies. Councillor, go ahead.
That's okay, Mayor. The last one was so long, it sounded like two. But whereas invasive plant species pose environmental, infrastructure, and financial challenges for municipalities and property owners, and whereas preventing the spread of invasive species is more effective and cost-efficient than managing them after they become established, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the Township of Ramera and the Town of Halton Hills resolution requesting that the Province of Ontario modernize Ontario's invasive plant regulatory framework, strengthen measures to limit the sale and distribution of invasive plant species, promote native and non-invasive alternatives, and provide municipalities with the tools and resources needed to support prevention. And further, that this resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the appropriate provincial ministries, the local MPP and MP, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, the Ontario Invasive Plant Council, and all Ontario municipalities.
All right, Councillor, you've heard the question. Is moved by Councillor Boulanger, seconded by Councillor Ego. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Boulanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
Favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
And that carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now the next item that has been pulled by Councillor Boulanger is the Township of Romero dated June 17th with respect to integrated living and participation model for adults with developmental disabilities. Councillor Boulanger?
Thank you, through the mayor. Again, I pulled this. I have a nephew that has autism, and I know even quite a few in our community, and they're just the most wonderful, happy people. And again, I've experienced some situations now where they're coming to age where their parents are aging, and soon they'll be on their own. So. You know, we are making great gains, and some of them are now living in support housing and communities, and it's just so important. So I'm very this is close to my heart, and I support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Questions or comments on this matter? Seeing none, you have a resolution, Councillor?
Thank you, through the mayor. Whereas adults with developmental disabilities often experience reduced support and programming after reaching adulthood, creating challenges for individuals, families, and caregivers. And whereas there is a growing need for innovative, inclusive, and sustainable housing and support models that promote independence, dignity, community participation, and quality of life. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the Township of Romero and the City of Richmond Hills resolution encouraging the Province of Ontario and municipalities to explore innovative integrated housing and support models for adults with developmental disabilities, including partnerships that enhance access to housing, community services, and meaningful daily participation. And further, that the province be encouraged to engage municipalities, developmental service agencies, families, caregivers, and advocacy organizations in evaluating and implementing these models. And further, that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Ministers of Children, Community and Social Services, the Minister of Long-Term Care, the Minister for Seniors and Accessibility, the local MPP, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and all Ontario municipalities for their information and consideration.
All right, you've heard the questions moved by Councillor Boulanger. Can I have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Boulanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo. In favor. Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 11 is council requested staff reports. You've seen the list. Is there anyone who has anything regarding these staff reports? Councillor White?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Yes, I would like to add to the list. Back a few years ago, maybe quite a few years ago, I remember that the town of Wasaga Beach had an option for complimentary Wi-Fi at the main beach area. I think it was sponsored by either TELUS or Bell, and I think you needed to be a member of their network in order to access it. But as we've migrated away from parking machines and all that sort of stuff, and we've used Honk Mobile now, not only in our areas, but also in the areas of the transfer. I think it's important that we revisit the option of offering complimentary Wi-Fi in areas where we would have people at the beachfront, but also in our parking lot areas. It would be functional in the fact that it would help tourists and visitors have access to Honk Mobile. more and more people and tourism operators and these types of things are using WhatsApp for communications with their clients, and I think that that's another important piece for having for that. And obviously things like Uber and just mapping in general, obviously all done on data. And while it might not be something that everybody recognizes, but not everybody has a data plan on their phone, and if they do, sometimes it's extremely limited. And something like Uber or downloading an application like Honk Mobile, if it's not already existing on your phone, can chew up an entire month's worth of data that you've prepaid for. So I'd like us to look at it. And furthermore, you know, understanding that we want to offer complimentary Wi-Fi, or I want to explore offering complimentary Wi-Fi, but not to run your business or whatever. So there would have to be some sort of like bandwidth, you know, considerations there to say that this is for, you know, use for these types of applications, but not people who set up shop or whatever, run their businesses, have access to the town's Wi-Fi, because there'll be many businesses in that area too. We don't want them, we don't want to be Wi-Fiing the world. So that's what I'd like to see come back. Obviously, this would not be for this particular summer. Obviously, this would be something that we would roll out as the beach gets developed and the infrastructure gets put into place.
All right, we don't need any resolution here, or do we? We do, okay, so you have a resolution then to put that forward, Madam Clerk?
I believe you would like a staff report on the ability to offer Wi-Fi in the town parking lots and at the beachfront. And if we could get a secondary, Your Worship.
Seconder for that, Deputy Mayor Snell. All right, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to item number 12, which is notices of motion. We have none. And item number 13, motion where notice has been provided, and there are none. Item number 14 is closed session. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the motion, take the vote, and then we'll go into closed session, but we'll break for lunch at that point and then come back, finish closed session, and then come back into open session. So we do have the recommended motion that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the July 16, 2026 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters. OLT matter, case number OLT 26000494, a human resource matter, and Destination Wasaga initiative. Could I have a mover and a seconder to go into closed session, please? Moved by Councillor Ego and seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. So we'll now go into closed session. We'll break until 1:15, and then we'll come back.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good afternoon, everybody. We're coming back from our lunch break and our closed session that just ended, and back into open session, and I will look to our clerk for a rise and report. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session at 12:43 p.m., did recess and reconvened into closed at 1:15 p.m. to discuss the following matters. Item 14.3.1, OLT matter case number OLT 26000494, in accordance with Section 239(2)E of the Municipal Act. Item 14.3.2, human resource matter in accordance with Section 239(2)B, and item 14.3.3, Destination Wasaga initiative in accordance with Section 239(2)K. As a result of these discussions, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to item number 16, which is bylaws, with a recommended motion that the following bylaws be received and to be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, 2026-50. Any questions or comments on that bylaw? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And item number 17 is adjournment. We'll adjourn this meeting at 2:21 p.m.